But yeah, so we've got some D&D stuff to work on. Just some things that I want to like. Oh, I never finished what I was working on. Let me trying to figure out what I want to all talk about and go over. Hopefully that would be good. Sufficient? Yes. Let's start at the beginning. How was the universe created and where did my deities come from? If you want me to, I can open that up. I haven't worked on that part of the campaign in a little bit, actually. But as far as how the world was like a little marble. Like a little marble that the gods would play in. Like a little alien ant farm. Only instead of aliens, it was gods. And then they broke the marble. And then became the world as we know it now. But the membrane that kept the world contained, that broke, that then dripped into the world itself. It's known as viral. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? And that's what Charius' sword has some bits in it. There's some viral in there. But that membrane also, in addition to just keeping things how it was, it kept the world safe. And now things are a little more dangerous. They can come in there. Pip, pip. But no, with all the gods, I've got some storylines and stuff within the gods that I'm like sort of developing. Particularly with Charius' god, and then Charius' god's father. Not his godfather, his god's father. This is different. The Weeping Father is what he's known as. I don't know how it happened, but all of the gods in my world have like titles in addition to them. So it's like Deterna is Deterna the Broken Shield. And I'm working on this storyline where they essentially turn on a sibling, or the sibling turns on them, and they defend themselves with a shield, and the shield breaks, and it's a whole thing. It makes offers they can't refuse. I'm gonna make him an offer. All of the players are now leveled up, which is good because we play tomorrow. But even so, done way ahead of time. They were done as of yesterday even. I know. Some of the spells that Theo picked up is pretty interesting. I think that's the most interesting thing that's happened with the level ups. Yep. Nyvira took frickin' what is it? The Elven Feat. The Elven Accuracy, is that what it's called? Essentially, it makes it so that you can re-roll on when you have advantage. So when you have advantage, you have like triple advantage instead of double advantage. It's pretty good. Jody, do you do any, or anybody else that's a DM? Do you guys do any alternate crit rules? Dabbled in them, but there are few abilities in 5e rely on crit rules to be useful. Like the spell and smite ability gets completely nerfed if you change crit rules too much. How? Am I forgetting something? We'll wait for a second. I'm itching. I'm itching to get into it, and I'm trying to figure out also what to do and talk about. There's definitely going to be some things. Might or may not be revealed this next session, but that will be not talked about while we're here. So it's not like it's going to be completely spoiled. All right. Well, we'll start to get into the things. Okay. So, are we ready to possibly have some start talking about D&D things? Are we ready for that? Are we though? So, I've got a number of things that our party can do tomorrow. A number of things, a number of places they can go. I have a question. All right. And this is maybe for other DMs. Jody and anybody else who might be around. It is probable that our party will become incarcerated. Toast, get out of here. I'm officially talking about D&D stuff. Okay, bye. I love you. Okay. Okay, anyway. So, highly probable that our party will become incarcerated. So, how do you as a DM typically handle that? Right? Because it's tricky. If you have somebody with like Misty Step, for example. Yeah, Jody, the way that I worded it, the way that you worded it, it seemed like it was. The way that I worded it. Anti-magic zones? Yeah. There's like anti-magic zones, anti-magic collars, stuff like that. Is there any way to like... Any society with magic would require something with that? Yeah, I just don't like it. It feels like... Feels like there ought to be a more clever way to handle it, but I don't know what that would be. There's got to be something. So Amun in the Forgotten Realms, they actually bind the fingers of mages to prevent them from casting anything somatic and gag them. Well, I don't want to do that. But even if you bind the fingers, like subtle spell is still a thing. I guess we could maybe do the collar. The problem is that my world is relatively low magic. So I'm having trouble justifying an anti-magic zone or an anti-magic collar or something like that. So I was just curious if there's anybody had clever things that they did. Maybe we'll just Google search it. Clever ways to incarcerate spellcasters. 5 edition. I'm annoyed already. I'm annoyed already. So in a low magic society, anyone that can use magic would be considered extremely dangerous and extraordinarily means would probably always be used. Yeah, but like how is it really, Spoo? Interesting. Something I've used was there's material, a type of metal that reacts violently with whoever comes in contact, shorts out, rather painfully. Something that I've used is there is a material, a type of metal that and reacts violently whenever somebody comes into contact with magic. It shorts it out. Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Not quite as violent, but to have some sort of enchanted collar, essentially, to suppress abilities. But it seems tropey. It's kind of tropey, but also I don't know how to do it otherwise. Because we do have somebody with Misty Step, and we have a druid, and druids are particularly problematic to incarcerate. All right. So. I'll probably just have it be a collar. It's just not, it's not a low magic world, but it's not like a high magic world where like everything is super common. And magic weapons are illegal in Paxton, but that also means that magic weapons need to be common enough to be illegal. So like it's medium magic world. I don't know. Just the right amount of magic. Hey, Donite. We're talking D&D, and I'm about to be planning some D&D momentarily. Okay. In Forgotten Realms before 4th edition, there was a thing called Spell Plague that caused magic to just randomly not work. Even after it ended, there were areas called Plague Lands. Yeah, where casting magic was dangerous because the mini spell effect was random. An artificial thing like that. Essentially, where it essentially just suppresses all magic abilities on someone. So, Misty Step, with 2 of our players not being able to Misty Step. But yeah, it doesn't suppress magic. Hey! It does not work correctly. Drew, we were just talking about you just a moment ago, saying that we need to get you in on some BattleTech, not the RPG yet, but just the BattleTech RPG, like the BattleTech tabletop, via Tabletop Simulator. Thank you for giving Drew the shout out. Drew, what are you playing tonight? Probably, I saw you playing Tarkov yesterday. So casting Misty Step might teleport you, but it might because you shoot lightning every creature within 15 feet. No, I think I wanted to like strictly suppress. Grind some Diablo and chillin'. Fair enough. Some form of a curse which will take health from the whole group if the magic is used. The other question with that is, do I want that to just be arcane magic? Like, would divine magic still work because it functions differently? For example, would Charius still be able to lay on hands? Make it a record. Yeah, Drew, we got to figure it out. I don't know what your schedule's like, but we got to get you. Gotta get a time. Gotta get a day. Oh, you know, I started saying this, but then forgot. It sounds like the game that was going to be on Wednesday is now going to be on Thursday, which means that I should be able to be live on Wednesday, which is great. A weekend evening would be most probable. Okay. We can figure it out. I can talk to the lady and carve out a weeknight too. A weeknight would be, well, we I don't know. We'll figure it out. We don't have one in mind at this moment. No. Another idea in the Medkemia saga. I don't know what that is. There's a plane where they visit magic, where magic is crystallized. So you can't cast magic without holding a crystal to fuel it. So the thing with that is that gets close to virile. And the thing with that is I don't want virile to be as so common as for the government to have it. Essentially. Hold on, I'm gonna... Group plans. Drew. John. Toast. There. What about bars that can reflect magic? The problem is that it's not just that, but we also need to be able to do something to get them into jail, right? So they can't just escape. So I don't want our druid to turn into a goldfish and be able to escape that way, you know what I mean? We're talking about D&D. I'm D&D prepping, D&D planning. We're gonna go, we'll go right here for now. Go right there for now, for now, for now. Actually, let's go here. Oh, you know what? What I want to do? I want to do this. Backdrop color, black. There. What about bars that reflect magic? Sorry. Those are glyphs of warding that trigger magic is being cast / activated. I could get more behind that. $5d8 damage. I guess it's level 3. Let's actually... Okay, so let's make rules for our anti-magic collar. That's what we'll call it. It doesn't need to be anti-magic. Hey, DK Bay, how you doing? Glyphs of warding that cast counterspell. Bam. Wait a minute. It's 3 a.m., but my brain is going brrrt. Oh no. Okay, but glyphs of warding that cast counterspell. I think Glyph of Warning was just like the explosive runes. But if you use a spell glyph, no, because it needs to be. Well, no, that would work for this party. This would work for this party, but Glyph of Warding needs to be level 3 or lower when you do a spell glyph. Excuse me. But let's do Glyph of Warning. All right, so but like so Glyph of Warning does 5d8 damage. You use the Obsidian Note app thing. I've not played with Obsidian lately. I feel like at one point I did take a look at it. But the way that I've been using Milanote, and Milanote works really well for me. So like if I'm doing stuff, I don't know how much of this you've seen, Xanable, but if I'm doing stuff, I can organize things in such a way that work with my brain. And it helps me, and I'm sure that it looks like a massive disorganized mess to other people, but for me, you can cast it at a higher level. Huh. Yeah, organized chaos. Yep. So like when I do my sessions, you know, they look like this a little bit. This is the last one. And this is this one. Yeah, you're totally right, Jody. So, but I need for it to not just be spells. I need for it to also work on other powers and abilities. Particularly the druid. The druid makes things. I just don't want it to be so easy for them to escape. I've got plans. You can further refine the trigger so the spell activates only under certain circumstances according to physical characteristics such as height or weight, creature kind. You can also set the conditions for the creatures that don't trigger the glyph, such as those who say a certain password. Yeah, but counterspell, you can't counterspell somebody's transformation, their beast form or whatever. Moonbeam? Moonbeam. Moonbeam is just a good word. Moonbeam is a good druid counter. But we can't do both, can we? I mean, I'm the DM, I can do whatever I want, but that's beside the point. Oh, yeah. The problem would be constant damage. Well, I think that... Okay, just write stuff down. Moonbeam. I can't type. Moonbeam is 2d8, 2d10. Glyph of Warding is like 1,000,000. It's like 5d8, right? Hello. 5d8. And then that also does acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. But moonbeam is radiant? Probably radiant. This feels like not enough. This feels like too much. Something in between would be good. Do the captors know the abilities of the party? They don't, but also I don't want them to have to know. I want them to just be generically like slap these on everybody as part of a, hey, you're under arrest. Sort of a thing. So like in addition to like shackles, they would also put this. I have a collar in mind. Or like a. It's just another word for collar. What's the thing? Not like a necklace, but like a. Anyway, somebody out there knows what I mean. Druid detector, spell glyph that triggered it by a random druid coming near it. Cast moonbeam. You like a torque. Yep, that's the word. Yes, like a torque. Anti-magic torque. I think it's TORC, but yes. Hold on, I'm gonna Google. Oh no, it's also spelled TORQE. There you go. Is a large, rigid, or stiff neck ring made of metal that's made another single piece from strands twisted together. Blah 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 blah. Yep. A gorget, that would also work, but that's not quite what I was thinking because you wouldn't be able to like carry around a gorget. Would look cooler though. Yeah, but a torque. Torque. Yeah, like that. Like this. What is this? Snutisham? Great torque from Snutisham? Hold on, I'm running out famous torques. Was accidentally found in 1950 by a farmer plowing a field. Plowing? Plowing. No, I said plowing. That's weird. Huh. Weighs more than a kilo. Mostly made of gold alloyed with a small fraction of silver. Damn. Look at it. That's pretty fancy. Snutisham. Snutisham. From 1st century BC. Fascinating. Okay. Let me get a torque. Anti-magic torque. Well, I'm trying to think of something clever to call it. An anti-torque? Hmm. Okay, well. What would be an acceptable amount of damage for it to do? Glyph of Warding does 5d8. That seems like a lot. Moonbeam does 2d10, and that seems like not enough. Also too variable. So if that seems too variable, then maybe I still want, maybe 4d8 is acceptable? 3d8. 4d8. 6d4? Would certainly raise the floor. So the average roll on a d4 is 2.5. So 2.5 times 6 seems that's only 15. Where 48 would be an average-ish of 20-ish. Here's a thought for dealing with druids. A necklace or choker that is placed around their neck that is resistant to magic is designed to always shrink to ensure the skin. But when they return... Oh! That's interesting, Jody. It'll get bigger but not smaller. Or that it'll get smaller but not bigger. I'm going to do with a permanent Glyph of Warding anti-magic torque. I'm feeling 48. Should I make it lightning damage so it's zappy? Excuse me. .48 lightning damage on casting the spell or use of a magical ability. Do I want that to be... Do I want that to include divine? Yeah, let's do that. And then just make it flat. That makes it easy. I can make this prettier later, but wearer receives 48 lightning damage on casting of a spell or use of a magical ability. I think torques by nature have... I guess what I'm thinking of is a collar. Now that I'm thinking about it, a torque wouldn't work. I could still call it an anti-torque, but a torque, strictly speaking, wouldn't work. I want something that has a physical lock on it. So it's a collar. Collars are so lame, though. You know what I mean? I need it to lock and with a key. What defines a torque? A great majority are open in the front, although some have a hook and ring enclosures. And if you have a mortise and tenon locking joint that catches and closes them, many seem designed for near permanent wear and would have been difficult to remove. The Ipswich hoard includes unfinished torques that give clear evidence of the stages of work. Cool. Hold on. I'm clicking and getting distracted on things. It's in the British Museum in London. 5 neck ornaments called torques were discovered by the operator of a mechanical digger preparing for the ground for construction. For which the driver received 45,000 pounds. A 6th torque of slightly different design was discovered a year later by the owner of one of the newly completed houses while sorting through a pile of earth left by the... Oh my god. For which he received 9,000 pounds. Well. The Ipswich hoard is quite famous. I haven't heard of it. These have been created in wax around the ends of the wire. The wax is then coated at least once with a ceramic slurry to left hard harden. The ceramic is then heated and blah, blah, blah. The lost wax process allows terminals to include a level of detail that were initially created on the wax. Huh. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah. So, 48 damage on casting with spell or use of a magical ability. Locks/unlocks with a key. I wonder if I want it. Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay, we'll go with that. All right, what else do I need to do / work on? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to start looking at some maps to take a look at what I might need to do, which means major spoilers. I'm going to start taking a look at some maps, which means major spoilers. I'm going to start taking a look at some maps, which means major spoilers. Okay. So, this is my map. This is the jail cell. Ordun is going to come in there and be like, hey, you guys suck. And then he's going to open up 2 portals. And we know what comes out of those. Also, after this prisoner is escorted out, Naiviro or Talon will then be moved to this one. And then they will have to escape. Oh, you know what I needed? I need to do... in the next minute or so, are there going to be any major spoilers? There doesn't need to be if you want to ask about something, Swifts. Oops. Here, we're looking at torques for no reason. Unless you're being sarcastic because I asked, or because I said that there's going to be spoilers. It occurs to me now that you might have been making fun of me. Cool. It's no spoiler, just branding, just white screen. Wah. Does Wikipedia have a dark mode? Look at this guy. That's cool. Swifts, were you making fun of me? Is that what happened? I'm on the screen right now because I thought that you were popping in being like, hey, I'm going to ask this question or whatever. Maybe a browser plugin? I don't want a browser plugin. I want it to be part of the dang thing, as it should be in 2023. It's 2023. How are we going to have dark mode everything? I need dark mode Google Docs is what I need. Entirely sarcasm. Okay, great. Whoops. All right. I feel like at one point I used a Yeah, it gets wonky, which I hate, Swifts. This is why I don't use it. The Reddit blackout has started, and there are currently 3,319 out of 6,472 subreddits that have gone private. Oh. 3,323. Fascinating. Yeah, absolutely, Anika, right? Especially, like, given the tools that they have at the time. All right. Brain. What was it doing? Oh. I need a loot generator. Make it easy on myself. All right, magic items, no. Gems and art objects are fine. Let's do to here. Loot. I hate calling it loot. All right. Number 1, we'll have 5 GPs. Number 2. That's format.
It seems we have a new follower.
Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good evening. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Okay. So 5 GPs. Getting ready to run a homebrew campaign right on. Congrats. This one says 35 GP, but that sounds like a lot. Boy, so they're saying Black Opal. Hopefully, well, you're welcome to chat about it. We've got our own homebrew campaign that'll be happening tomorrow. On this very board. You know what would be helpful that I don't have? I don't think I have it. Jody, you might know, or even Leam Driver, or anybody else. I want like a list of every single semi-precious and semi-precious stone and the average worth. That would be helpful. I'm going to say this one has a dead mouse. And gold pieces, yeah. Just for my own purposes, or even if it gives a range. Like, I decided I was like, hey, I'll try this random generator. And it gave a black opal worth 800 gold pieces, which it's more than I want to give them. Maybe make it different than a black opal, huh? Click. Oh, this isn't formatted how I want it to be, but it will work. I'm gonna go with tourmaline. So if my really fast ends for the exact info you want, it doesn't look as pretty as you want. It's just not as pretty as I want. All right. Your point is taken. Touche. But that is exactly what I wanted, yes. I don't know, this one is Chrysal Barrel? Oh. Chrysal Barrel. I don't know what this is. What a sweet cut, though. It's a beryllium. It's an illuminate of beryllium. Oh. Oh, it's a Alexandrite is a type of chrysoberyl. Yeah, well, that's good to know. All right. 5 gold pieces, 35 gold pieces, 7 silver pieces, and a dead mouse. 12 gold pieces, 26 silver pieces, 28 gold pieces, 120 silver pieces, and a tourmaline. All right. I also need stuff that would go here. I need. I need stuff.
I'm sure all of you are interesting and have wonderful things about you. But looking at you in the street, you all look so much the same. Try and express yourselves better.
Maybe I can put one small thing or two in the storage room. Because that's where all of the, well... Except for the real sword. I don't know why my stuff changed, but sure. Hey, YB, how are you?
Express yourselves better.
Finally got your PC working again. What was wrong with it? Here, I'll show you guys this so that you can play too. Ads. All right. Let's see. What do I want? Magic table A, F, B. So not is this all in the DM guide? It's in the DM's guide. Roll tables are fun because they're like, hey, I don't want to make a decision. Make a decision for me, please. Spell scroll. No. Oh, by the way, one of the worst things you can do as a DM is give them sovereign glue. Because let me tell you, they'll come up with some shit. Slippers of spider climbing. Quiver of Elana. No. What is sovereign glue? It's a glue. It's like a universal glue. Where like it'll affix anything to anything. And that's just like the utility of it can often mean lots of tricky situations that you can find yourself in as a DM. You're like, all right, great. That's not how I thought. It does allow an opportunity for your players to be very clever, which I am always for. But like, it's just often like, that's not why I gave you that item. But okay, sure, that works. Why not? Cool. I had multiple drives die and couldn't figure out which one specifically. Ended up removing all of them, putting in a brand new M.2. Fair enough. Bonus, now you have an M.2 drive. Let's go. Two longbows. You had one before? Oh. Bonus, now you still have an M.2. Thoughts? Longship. No. A horn? Sure. This is not a magical item. It's just a horn. Yeah, okay. A horn. There we go. That's why I don't have to make saffron like the fucking... Yep. Uncommon items. No. Rarity rare. Tier major. True sight is something I don't want them to have. I'm trying to think of if I want to give them, like, throw in a random magical item if they do come across it. Oh, no kidding, YB. Jeez. Ring of free action is another one that can just be annoying. Oh yeah, YB, I did see that. Where a bunch of Minecraft mods got all jacked up. That was tier major, rarity rare. Oh, very rare? No, I don't think I want that. Still all speculation. Yeah, fair enough. The important thing is now you got it working. Rarity unknown? Sure. Oh. Nope.
What great
Hey!
news! You
Ha!
have subscribed again!
Thank you for 47 months.
Wunderbar. Thank you,
I
subscriber.
had to go outside and touch grass. It was awful. Scrolls and potions. Portable hole. Do I give him a portable hole? Whatever happened to rogues being able to use spell scrolls? Remember that? Whatever happened to that? I don't know if there's anybody that even remembers when that happened. Quell's Feather Token. Artificers happened? You think that's it? You think that it was all good and then Eberron was like, wow, wow. I had a random thought. What would happen if they didn't get the sword for the campaign story? I'm curious if that was something that needed to happen. Well, that's sort of how I developed the entire. Yeah, 100% Jody. That's how I sort of developed the entire storyline, where in the pre-made they get this sword, and then I was like, all right, so what makes this sword special? And I had to figure that out. I just got the message. And I need to forward to my brother. I don't know why I'm talking like these. But yeah, so like I essentially built the world on the sword, where I was like, okay, well, the sword's, and like at the end of the campaign or the end of that day, where I was like, yes, and you're going to this guy to see what the sword's about. And then I had to figure out what the sword was about. It's like, all right, so what makes this sword cool? That sort of was the it was very much a bottom up design rather than a top down design. Reminds me of the Quiznos Subs commercial. What does? Hey, Wolfie. How you doing? The voice. Oh, the voice I just did. Gotcha. All right. Let's do this and say. Somebody remind me what the masterwork rules are. Is it just a +1 on... It's like a +1 weapon, but it doesn't count as magical? It's been a rough day. I'm sorry that it's been a rough day, Wolfie. I've had a long day myself. Boo, doo, 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 doo. Ba-da-doo, 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 doo. Just looking through random things to see. Man, my stomach just turned into a knot. Howie. Ugh. It is so hard. Let's do Masterwork Thieves tools. That would be an interesting one. That would be appropriate to have in the storeroom. Masterwork. Now that wait, hold on. Battering shield. No. We don't want that. Staff of the Ivory Claw. What's that one? Top of the small dragon claw carved from ivory. While holding the staff, you get a +1 bonus to attack spell rolls. When you score a critical hit with a spell attack, the target takes an extra 3d6 radiant damage. Is that in here? It's not. Is that Xanathar's Guide to Everything? I don't think I have that book and Roll20. I don't know if I do. My account. Show me the stuff I've got. Yeah. My marketplace items. There we go. PM's Guide, Tasha's Cauldron, Monster Annual, but I don't have Xanathar's Guide. Oh, no, I do. Well, then what the shit? I even have the Monsters of the Multiverse. I thought that is where that came from. EGW, page 270. EGW. What's EGW? Explorer's Guide to Wildamount. Wildamount. That's why. Mercer! Well, that's a cool piece of stuff that I'm not going to use. Sunforger? Like the fucking, yeah. Crystal Blade, Spellmonte 2, Pierce. I just want something. I'm trying to think of something that would be... Hold on, you know what I've got? Hold on. Be right back. Aha. This will be less interesting because you won't be able to see. But I've got magic item cards that I bought for some damn reason. And I should have some amount of them set up such that it were items that I was considering giving the party access to. Such is the theory, anyway. They start in alphabetical order, and it should be a section of them that are not in alphabetical order. And that is what I'm looking for. I think that I've found it. I believe I have. Okay. First off, is there anybody that I need to potentially like throw a bone to in terms of items? I'm not sure. I'm not immediately sure. try to put this all back in the box. All right. Bracers of Archery. Plus do bonus damage on range attack rolls. Maybe Boots of the Elven Kind. They literally already have. Cloak of Protection. Maybe. Ring of Protection? No. Magic weapons. Wings of Flying? No. Wand of the War Mage? No. Wand of Magic Missiles? Maybe. Because that would be considered a magical weapon. And it would then make sense for it to be confiscated and then have been in that room. I like how wands work these days, where they recharge. And by these days, I mean for the last 20 years or whatever it's been. I'll ponder a wand of magic missiles. Wand of Withering. Probably not. Yeah. I'll say no on that one. Staff of Healing. No. Sending Stones. No. Javelin Lightning they have. Frostbrand, Folding Boat, Flame Tongue, Ever Smoking Bottle, maybe. Oil of Sharpness. Maybe. Bag of Holding, Potion of Giant Strength, Filter of Love, Potion of Healing, Potion of Invisibility, Potion of Speed. Portable Hole. Do I give them access to a portable hole? Dagger of Venom, Hammer of Thunderbolts, no. Horn of Blasting, no. Eyes of Charming. While wearing them, you can expend one charge as an action to charm a person. Spell save DC 13 on a humanoid within 30 feet of you. Maybe. Elven Chain. Maybe. Ruby of the War Mage basically allows any weapon to be used as a spellcasting focus. I might have that be part of a different thing, but that's an interesting idea. Dwarven Thrower, +3. Yeah, you can cast spells from your sword or your axe or whatever your stick, or pokey stick. Dwarven Thrower, you gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. It has the thrown property, with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. When you hit with a range attack with this weapon, it deals an extra 1d8 damage. Or if the target is giant, it does 2d8 damage. Immediately after the attack, the weapon flies back to your hand. It is a... requires attunement by a dwarf. Never mind. Dragon Scale Armor, no. Defender, no. Dancing Sword, probably the fuck not. No, just no. Cube of Force, I don't know what this one does. It's lots of text. Awesome. This cube is about an inch across. Each face has a distinct marking which can be pressed. The cube starts with 36 charges. It regains 1d20 expended charges daily at dawn. You can use an action to press one of the cube's faces, expending a number of charges based on the chosen face. It has, as shown on the Cube of Force as shown on the Cube of Forces Faces table. Cube of Force Faces table. Each face has a different effect. If the cube has insufficient charges remaining, nothing happens. Otherwise, a barrier of invisible spores springs into existence, forming a cube 15 feet on a side. The barrier is centered on you, moves with you, and lasts for 1 minute. Until you use an action to press the cube's sixth face, the cube runs out of inner charges, you can change the barrier by affecting... If your movement causes the barrier to come in contact with a solid object that it can't pass through the cube, you can't move any closer as long as the barrier remains. Page 160 of the Dungeon Master's Guide. Stand by. I'm opening a PDF. Page 160. This is me getting really distracted by shit, by the way. Ay, ay, ay. Anybody remember where I saved my D&D PDFs? Oh, here they are. Boop. There's a Dungeon Master's Guide. Cube of Force Faces. Gases, wind, barrier, and fog can't pass through the barrier. Non-living matter can't pass through the barrier. Walls, floors, and ceilings can pass through at your discretion. The living matter can't pass through the barrier. Spell effects can't pass through the barrier. Nothing can pass through the barrier. Walls, floors, and ceilings pass through at your discretion. 6, the barrier deactivates. What a fascinating little item. I'm going to say maybe on that one. Spell effects not being able to pass through the barrier is very interesting. Cloak of Elven Kind. I'm gonna say... Ooh, maybe. Maybe. That would make sense for the Cloak of Elven Kind to be confiscated. And it would also help them escape. Bracers of Defense? Absolutely the fuck not. Tome of Clear Thought. No. Ring of Spell Storing. Absolutely the fuck not. Cape of the Mountebank. For anybody who's interested in like what these things do, if I say these names or and I say no to them, but I don't explain what they do, by all means ask. They got little cards. Little illustrations, which are really handy if you're like playing in person, and then you can like hand them out. Ring of Mind Shielding? I don't want them to have that. For reasons. Cape of the Mountebank. While wearing it, you can cast Dimension Door spell as an action. This property of the cape can't be used again until the next dawn. When you disappear, you leave behind a cloud of smoke and appear in a similar cloud of smoke at your destination. The smoke lightly obscures the space you left and a space you appeared in. Maybe. Belt of Giant Strength. No. I'm not going to give Darb that. He does not need that. Amulet of Health. Tome of Understanding? Absolutely not. Sword of Answering. Row of useless items. No, but that'd be funny. Row of answer or row of answering. Sword of Answering. Probably not, but it is fun. All right, Sunblade. There's lots of text. This item appears to be a longsword hilt. Oh, it's a lightsaber. Now I remember what it is. This item appears to be a longsword hilt. While grasping the hilt, you can use a bonus action to cause a blade of pure radiance spring into existence, or make the blade disappear. While the blade exists, the magic longsword has the finesse property. Gross. Huh. If you're proficient with short swords or long swords, you're proficient with the Sunblade. You gain a +2 to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon, which deals radiant damage instead of slashing damage. When you hit undead with it, the target takes an additional 1d8 radiant damage. The sword's luminous blade emits light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 feet, so that's just under a torch. The light is sunlight. While the blade persists, you can use the action to expand or reduce its radius of bright and dim light by 5 feet each to a maximum of 30 feet each, or a minimum of 10 feet. So you can make it brighter than a torch. Interesting. I'm going to say no to that item, but interesting. Staff of the Woodlands is another one. Maybe. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. While holding it, you have a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls. Goodness. The staff has 10 charges of the following properties. It regains 1d6 + 4 charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff loses its properties and becomes a non-magical quarterstaff. You can use an action to expend one or more of the staff's charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC. Animal Friendship, Awaken Bark Skin, Locate Animals or Plants, Speak with Animals, Speak with Plants, or Wall of Thorns. Speak with Animals and Speak with Plants is some of my favorite and least favorite moments in D&D always. So frequently it's I get to roleplay a bush or a squirrel or something. But also, so frequently it seems like they're just doing nonsense and wasting the whole damn thing. But so it's just frequently just a waste of time. Anyway, you can also use an action to cast the Pass Without a Trace spell from the staff without using any charges. Tree Form. You can use an action to plant one end of the staff into fertile earth and expend 1 charge to transform the staff into a healthy tree. The tree is 60 feet tall and has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out in a 20-foot radius. The tree appears ordinary, but radiates a faint aura of transmutation magic if targeted by Detect Magic. While touching the tree and using another action to speak its command word, you return the staff to its normal form. Any creature in the tree falls when it reverts into a staff. No on that one as well. What a dumb thing. I decided to randomly give them a thing, and then I've spent an hour looking at all the different magical items that I could possibly give to them. Maybe Elven Chain. Eyes of Charming, Oil Sharpness. We can do maybe Oil Sharpness. What's Oil Sharpness? Is it +2? It's a +3. No. All right. Elven chain. Amulet of health. Cape of the Mount the Bank. The Mount the Bank. Cloak of Elven kind. Cube. Dang it. Cube of Force. Portable. Oh my god. I gotta. Just trying to keep my formatting in a happy way. Portable hole. Wand of magic missiles. Cloak of protection. All right. You're gonna let them have a portable hole in addition to the bag of holding? It's. I'm not saying that I'm going to. I'm saying that I'm thinking about it. Okay. All right. Yeah. This way you guys can see what I'm doing and see what I'm thinking. All right. This one's weird and not like potentially game breaking, so I'm going to consider that one more than some of the other ones perhaps. We've got one second. Let's see, either will work. Yep. Amulet of health. Remind me what that does. Oh, amulet that is Constitution of 19. Yeah, your Constitution score is 19 while wearing this amulet. Oh, I'm going to say probably not on that. Because Darby. Because 5:30. Okay. I'm multitasking. There. Because, hold on, now I gotta double check this. For the reasons that I think are correct, and I'm just gonna make sure that they are correct. Yeah, you get your Constitution modifier added to your armor class. I'm not going to power up Darb any more than he already is. So no Amulet of Health. Jonathan. All right. So John, if you're still here, I'm about to go back to talking about spoilery type things. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. If you're not already alive yourself. Yellow Submarine vibes? A little bit. I'm following you. And time's up. All right. So, no Amulet of Health for Darb. No. Let's see. Wand of Magic Missiles has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use it to cast. For 1 charge, you can cast a first level version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot by 1 level for each additional charge you expend. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20 on a 1. It crumbles to dust. I'm going to say maybe on that one because I'd love for a way. So, Toast actually went through and charted all of the damage that everyone's done in the D&D campaign because it's Toast. And he was tired of people telling him that Darb does so much damage. And Charius, Nivira, and Talon all do about the same amount of damage. We'll call that 100 for the sake of making the numbers easy. Darb did about 220. So just more than twice as much damage as everybody else. And then poor little Dante's did about 40% of everyone else's damage. Which is to say that Darb was doing more than 5 times the damage that Dante's has done. So I wouldn't mind giving him, like throwing him a bone so that he feels like he can start to do damage and like participate in combat. Not that combat's particularly important, but like wouldn't be the worst. Yeah, when you're in it, you want not that combat's important, but when you're in it, you want to feel like it matters. Or like you matter. Cube of Force is goofy as all get out, and I might include that just because it's just a weird, like, I don't know, who knows what they'll be able to come up with. It is tomorrow, Wolfie, yeah. All right, so we've got 3 different cloaks. Elven Chain and a Portable Hole. Elven Chain gives you a +1 bonus to armor class while wearing the armor. And you're considered proficient with the armor even if you lack proficiency with medium armor. So I'm going to say no on that. So Portable Hole. Cape of the Mountebank allows you to cast Dimension Door, which is essentially a low-level teleport. Cloak of the Elven Kind gives you advantages on stealth checks. You have advantage on dexterity stealth checks made for you to hide, and pulling the hood up or down takes an action. Wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on stealth checks made to hide. which would potentially make Nyvera very powerful on this one, because then she can hide like mid combat in kind of a really easy way. And Cloak of Protection just gains +1 bonus to armor class and saving throws while you wear the cloak. Cloak of Protection is another one that is mostly for Dante's, because he currently has an armor class of like 11. He has an armor class of 9. He's got mage armor and stuff like that. But what's mage armor do? Target's base AC becomes 13 plus its dexterity modifier, so it would give him to 12. But I don't want to give him both. So I think we say no to the Cloak of Protection, because I think I do want to give him the Wand of Magic Missiles. Portable Hole just has a lot of utility. Portable Hole, the way that Portable Hole reads is not how I usually play it. Yeah. Yeah, so as it reads in the DM's guide, if the hole is folded up, essentially it's like a piece of fabric that acts as like an extra dimensional hole. If the hole is folded up, a creature within the hole's extra dimensional space can use an action to make a DC 10 strength check. On a successful check, the creature forces its way out and appears within 5 feet of the portable hole or the creature carrying it. A breathing creature within a closed portable hole can survive up to 10 minutes, after which it begins to suffocate. And that part I've never cared for. And it's supposed to be a like balancing thing with it, but I find that a portable hole does a really good job of being a portable jail, which is often functionally helpful. Otherwise, Cape of the Mountebank and a Cloak of Elvenkind or a portable hole. I could just keep it at the Wand of Magic Missiles and the Cube of Force. I don't know what to do. Somebody make a decision for me. Cloak of the Elvenkind, Cape of the Mountebank. Mountebank? I don't know how to say that word. Mountebank.
Mountebank.
Okay, that is how it reads. Is how I've heard. Yeah, I didn't know if I was saying it wrong. Does the Cape of the Mountebank increase the charisma of the wearer? No, the Cape of the Mountebank makes it so you can cast Dimension Door. It would make sense, the Mountebank, right? It would make sense if it increased the charisma. But it makes it so you can cast Dimension Door. Essentially, you can disappear and appear. Without limitation. Oh no, there's a limitation. Once per day, you can cast Dimension Door. And I'm gonna look that up so I can read it off confidently without it being wrong, because I forget the limitations on it. You can teleport yourself from your current location to any spot within range. You arrive at exactly the spot desired. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction, such as 200 feet
What
straight
great
down.
news! You have subscribed
Hey!
again!
Wunderbar!
Thank you, subscriber.
Button.
Artful Crow Crafts, thank you for 49 months. We're talking about D&D, and there's going to be lots of spoilers, so if you don't want spoilers, I'm going to keep it to, like, no spoilers. How many people can go through it? Just the wearer. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature... Oh, I lied to you. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller who is carrying gear up to its carrying capacity. The creature must be within 5 feet of you when you cast the spell. If you'd arrive in a place that is already occupied, you take 4d6 damage. You just came to your D&D session. You were discussing the cape. Yeah, we're talking about the cape of the mountebank. So essentially, there is a storeroom that's going to have a bunch of stuff in it, taken from prisoners. And I am debating on what to give my players. I'm going to give them a cube of force, I think. A wand of magic missiles. Only have Misty Step. What's interesting is they made like levels of teleport spells. I forget when Dimension Door first became a spell. I think it was 3.5. Maybe it was just in 3rd. But yeah, they made like levels of teleport. Hey, Scout, we'll go on in. Biggest issue with Misty Step besides the 30-foot only range is that you have to be, you have to be able to see it. That's the same way with Shadow Monks, although I think that they can do, it's 60 feet, something like that. But they also have to be in shadow. I learned how to shove tubes down people's throats today. You can intubate someone. That's fun. Good. Your day was different than mine. Messaging Jasmine's batting coach. All right. I'm debating on giving them one of these 3 remaining items. The Cloak of Elvenkind, the Cape of the Mountebank, or the Portable Hole. And the Portable Hole is like a big question mark. The Cape of the Mountebank is like a big question mark. And the cloak of the elven kind is like a big question mark. Maybe I just say no to all of it. I don't know. What are you doing, Jody? You spent 2-ish hours looking for that artist? Found one, but that was not fun. I'm glad you found one, though. Jody, how do you play a portable hole? Because I always play it where you don't have to worry about... you don't have to worry about people suffocating inside of it. It's a portable jail cell. Really. It was not pretty. I imagine, Scout. Well, portable holes and bags of holding actually have rules for how much air is in them in 5e. I know that they do. Actually, I guess I didn't know about bags of holding. I've never tried to put a person in a bag of holding. But portable hole does. You get like 10 minutes, and I hate that. I think it's... I get it, but I think it's dumb. It's not how I want it to be. So you said you tend to run them by the book? That's a fair way to run it, obviously. I tend to make it so that that is not part of the thing. Which makes me disinclined to give it to them. We use our bag of holding for an enhanced interrogation, and it's 10 minutes. Oh. Well, portable hole is also 10 minutes. Also, I'm... Casual torture, all right. So that the three of us could use Dimension Door. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, Jody, that's why I am disinclined to give it to them. But if I don't run it that way, then it's not that big a deal. But also, I don't want to run it that way. That's really that's what I'm running into. Okay. Close your ears if you don't want spoilers. Pop out for like 5 minutes and then come back in. And starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. There's a chance that Darb could turn into a red slod, right? Ears don't have closing mechanisms. Shut up. There's a chance that Darb could turn into a red slod. And if they do, the party then has the opportunity to rescue Darb. And if they put the red slod that Darb becomes into a portable hole, then they can use that as a little jail cell to hold Darb until they're able to rescue him. That's why I'm thinking about the portable hole thing. That being said, also, in that case, Toast already has a character made and ready to go, and would not drop a second to being able to playing. So, I won't be done that because I'm wheeling the. It's your game. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to figure out if I goddamn should. Prevents abuse because without a limit, become mass. Oh, I'm just reading another thing. Well, you know what? Won't be doing that anymore because I'm wielding a sword of Zerial in a panic I'm an angel halfling against torture and injustice now. Oh. But I have it set right now so that if the party makes certain decisions, Darb will be turned into a red slot. Yeah, the sword changes you to lawful good, and you get wings and true sight and like you can not tell a lie and stuff like that. I can have the portable hole only be there if Darb is transformed. Like dealing with a slot without killing it is a puzzle for them to solve. I'm also worried that they're just going to kill it. That's also what I'm worried about. But I'm gonna give him the cape, or well, maybe the cloak of Elvenkind. Let me read it again. One that Toast seems prepared for, despite not knowing it's a possibility. I mean, I had him create a character being like, "Hey, Darb could die, so get somebody ready," and he was like, "What? Okay." So he's got a character all ready to go. So we'd have to figure that out. But he's got one all ready to go in case that happens. So the Cloak of Elvenkind would make Nyvira really even more annoying. Because then, what is it? Advantage on stealth checks made to hide. So if you take the hide action, which she can do just every turn with stuff. I would say if you don't give them the possibility to kill Slod Darb, you're doing them a disservice. Let them find out their choices have consequences. And I agree with that. Unrelated question, but how much would you spend on a mug with a business logo on it if it was a logo you liked? If it was a logo I liked, how much would I spend? $20. 10 to 15 tops. Also, maybe that. I'm gonna the cloak of the mountebank would make it really easy for them to escape. Portable hole, I'm gonna say no to. I'm gonna give him the cloak of Elvenkind. There, we got there. Nope. It's fun for players. DMs, not so much. Yeah. Well, I just don't want them to be like, all right, well, I zorp out of here. 7 long swords, 3 short swords, 1 halberd. Other random stuff. Four backpacks filled with miscellany. I can never remember if I can spell that right. One battle axe. Ooh, oh, I know. What's the name of it? I forget the name of the item that I made up. And so now I gotta look it up again. Add a cursed ring. If it was anything more than like the player's first time ever playing, maybe I'd be like, what did I decide to name it? I don't remember. The Horubo. One Horubo. Parentheses. The Hyoran. The Hyoran Tetsubo thingy. How much damage does that do? Probably as a mace, if I had to guess. This says 1d10 bludgeoning. And it's two-handed. I'm going to say that's a homebrewed weapon. How very interesting. Might pop open the player's handbook right quick, because I don't know if I like that. Looking at all this stuff all the time makes me wonder if I couldn't come up with my own. All the characters are now level 4. Yeah. If you're, I should have mentioned that, Inika, when you were upgrading your stuff. They're all now level 4. That is why they're getting all those, their bonuses and such. Player's handbook, equipment. Oop. Too fast. I guess it for sure is a two-handed weapon. So 1d8 would definitely not be it. The 1d10. Yeah, 1d10. Okay. 1d10 damage. I'm gonna bring in some of my, and then the Bondanians also have their own weapon. Bondika. Oops. And now I got to remember how I had the rules on that. Because I didn't write down the damage. But I definitely thought about it before. Should get Inika's Toast backup character in case there is need for the switch. You're correct. Give me a second. We're going to go to here for just one moment, friends. And I'm going to bring up... There's the copy cheat. All right. All right. So then let's bring this up. Okay. Both men and women are participate in non-lethal single combat to resolve conflicts. The weapon used in single combat is the Bondeka, which has the finesse trait and can deal either slashing or bludgeoning damage, depending on whether the scabbard's on or off. Blades are only unsheathed if the intent is to kill. Warriors frequently use shields in addition to the Bondeka. It has the finesse trait. So I guess probably 1d8. Because then I could switch from bludgeoning or slashing. This would be like a rapier. That can switch from slashing. Yeah, so 1d8. And then this one, put it that way. Sounds like a cane sword? A little bit, yeah. So the idea was that culturally, those people's... I have a quote that I want to work in. Let me bring it back here. Oh, I've got them written somewhere else. Maybe it's in here. Nope. Never mind. But culturally, they do not kill unless they have to. They would much rather... Oh, here we go. Yeah. This quote. Don't kill if you can wound, don't wound if you can subdue, don't subdue if you can pacify, and don't raise your hand at all until you've first extended it. Does anybody know what that's from? Because I want to rework it into something that I can use that's not straight stolen from something else. Mr. T. No. But you're close. No, you're not close. It's from Wonder Woman. It's from the Wonder Woman comics. Machiavelli's the prince. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he said that to Murdoch in the A-Team. Nope, that's from Wonder Woman. I pity the fool who refuses the extended hand. Because then I'm going to raise my hand. And I'm not going to subdue him unless he can pacify. And I'm not going to subdue him. I'm not going to wound him unless I can subdue. But also then, the idea was that they then also tattoo rings around their limbs to signify that they've taken a life. And that is meant as sort of a mark of shame, or like it's put there in penitence for having killed. Such the idea. I'm going to put 2 there instead of 1. But the Hurubo and the Bandaka I have as cultural weapons. I kind of want to come up with more, but yeah, the Bandaka essentially goes from, you said it's like a cane sword, which is kind of true. But it's just away from him. Finally, to be a fan of bolas. Yeah. No, actually, where did it go? I think I've got like a preferred weapons. Oh, I do have it written down. Just kidding. Nope, maybe I don't have it written down. Yes, for non-lethal combat, those in their warrior subculture would use their sword with the scabbard still attached. This, I think I wrote this before I... the scabbard itself is reinforced to be able to actually take blows where a normal scabbard is not meant to. And those of like lesser than warrior status would use something more like Kali sticks or Eskrima sticks. They're also matriarchal, which I thought, why not? And actually, I think that me thinking that they're matriarchal probably is what made me then think of that Wonder Woman quote, because I love that Wonder Woman quote very, very much. Okay. And the party's also only going to get any of those items if they actually like bother to look around. Okay, so what else do I need to do? We got loot in here. Oh, let's give them something here. Let's give them something there. Sure, let's do this. Try this thing again. Oh no. Random treasure by challenge rating? 0 to 4? Nope. What about exactly 3? Party loot? Oh. Generate set of magical items for the party based on the table. Zenith's guide to everything. If exact level. Aha. What's this? Oh, that's just to give them random things. That's kind of a fun way to do it. Why make decisions when you can use loot tables? You know? Yeah, nah. Boy, this website. Hold on, I'm going to show you this because first off, white screen. Ow. But you can just be like, generate me 10 NPCs. It generates you 10 NPCs. With names and everything. This person's name is James. Feel like you could probably be a little bit more traps. Poison gas trap, idle evil, scythe blade, symbol of panic. Huh. Why think when you can just use random select tables? Wild magic surges? Is it just... Oh. Treasure. Challenge rating 3. Jim, the human aristocrat. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So in this room is where the virile sword will be. I guess I don't really need it to have much else. There's a chest up here. There's a couple of chests in the room. Let's go with 3 platinum pieces, 14 gold pieces, and 26 silver pieces. Perfect. And then the rest of this is just gonna be like grains and food and stuff. And then this is the kitchen. Man, I still can't get over how good. Hold on, let me. How good the Dungeon Alchemist stuff is. Look at that, man. It does all the light for me. And then Ordon Ordunal is going to have a what do you call it? Blink, blink. What's it going to have? Torch. Couldn't think of the word torch. So the two options that we have for how tomorrow is going to go is either they end up in this jail because they conceded that there's this potential fight with a bunch of relatively high level characters against them, with 2 characters that cannot gain hit points. By the way. Or they actually take this fight, win, and then go to potentially break out Valheim. What's option 3? They all die. Or at least Darb dies. The other option is them trying to get that fight and losing. That's another distinct option. Or they convince them all to escape together? What do you mean? I wonder what their backup characters look like. Any chance they could all sprint for the door and roll well enough to slip through? I mean, no. Like, no. I hate that it does this, but only sometimes. Sometimes it's great. Other times it's like, I don't want it to be goddamn brown there. Actually, I don't want it to be black either. There we go. Gray. Better. And then if they escape the dungeon, then they have to potentially face 2 of these guys, depending. This character here has an interesting interaction, which I'm excited about. This is this is literally Toast's backup character right here, just in case. Just in case Darb dies. One thing also that I realized is with Chaos Phage, I thought that it was that if...
Here's what I found.
No, I'm not talking to you. Watch. Gosh. With Chaos Phage, I thought that it was that if you die while infected with the disease, you then get turned. It's no, you have to succumb to the disease. Which is a little different. It's a lot different. So I'm very prepared. I'm sure they'll find some way to go outside your plans. There's that. As I'm sitting here talking about it, I'm feeling much more convinced that I'm ready to go. And then we got this. This is the decision tree. Bam. Not going to show it too much. I wonder if there's other maps that I should make for other encounters. I might do that, actually. I might make a series of disjointed rooms to have some encounters in, just as a way to prepare in case I need them. Just as a way to prepare in case I needs them. I hate that floor. Okay, so that's that hallway that I had on that last one. What else would I need here? Let's see. Armory, barracks, bedroom, brewery, shop. I just kind of want to see what the treasury looks like. Woo! Nope. You can have enough stakes in the ground that you can pivot in. Yeah, exactly. Just to... Right now I only had this, which needs more doors than the one, I realize. Black door. because so far they've all been black doors and then black door. There. Set up just some random doors. And random rooms. What else do I want? What if they ran into a barracks? Sure, something like that. Oops, that's not on. Give them a barracks to potentially go through, an armory to potentially go through. That way I don't have to worry about like having it necessarily all set up and I'll be like, hey. Depending on how it goes, I might use these rooms or not. Give me some pivot points, so to speak. Kennels. What do kennels look like? Oh. Little doggy houses. I'm not going to use that, but... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god. That could work. I could get behind that. Where, like, the door that they go through comes up into that just before they finally escape. Potentially. Okay. We'll go with that. That's annoyingly easy to do. This program's stupid. And it feels like cheating. I'm gonna call it Castle Bits. bring it to roll 20. You're annoyingly easy to do. You know, some people would agree with you. Other people would disagree. It depends, you know. But yeah, Swift6, you're exactly right. Just enough pivot points where, like, if I can use things, then we can use things, and if I need to, then we need to, and if I don't, then I don't. And it's easy enough to make these fucking maps with this goddamn program that I kind of don't have to worry about it. Castle bits. It's actually not even the castle. What is the name of the place? Brain. I made a name for it. But I don't remember what the name is. The Praetorian Castra. The Praetura's central building. Bastion? Ziggurat? It's not a Bastion would work, but a Ziggurat, no. Castra bits. And copy my vigils. Paste my vigils. Did I? No, that is with limited perspective on. Whatever. And then as the dynamic lighting all set up and stuff. This is very handy. Dynamic lighting on. I wish that it did turn the dynamic lighting on. That would be actually pretty convenient. Enable vision. That's gonna annoy me. Let's fix that, son of a bitch. I didn't even realize it. And actually, let's check out some of these other ones too. This one would want something on the walls down there as well as to get rid of that ladder that I didn't notice until just now. Whoops. You can see into the other place. I can fix that later, but that's not intended. These are supposed to be disjointed rooms, not connected. All right, that one works fine, and then this one works fine. And I didn't put one there. Okay, great. File. Save it. Oh, well. I can save it. Castra bits. Praetorian Castra bits. Export. Limited perspective. Render lights images. And export to virtual tabletop. Only export lights to there? Oh. No, that's okay. I don't mind the lights actually lighting up. Export. Victorian Castrobits. Thank you for the help, though, YB. If I didn't have a name for it, I'd be interested in help for that. Go to map layer, add this. I do find myself, maybe it's just like getting used to it, but I do find myself frequently having to, naming things is about all I can do. Fair enough. But I do, if not for like this process to be as easy as it just is, dynamic lighting on. I would be really annoyed having to like go back and redo things. Why does this look lighter? Is it because there's dudes there? It is because there's dudes there. Oh. Alright, and then I have to go to dynamic lighting and make some polygons. Restrict player token movement, yes. We're gonna make it this weird purple color. And then accidentally click off of it so that it doesn't save the weird purple color. Nope, do not make those not transparent. What the hell? Wall. There. Now, these are obviously windows that they can see out of, but they can't see into the rooms that aren't adjacent to. Needs more bell tower. Indeed. All right. Cool. Map's done. Done did it. Ba-ba-ba. And now to populate the little areas. So the one thing that I definitely want them to run into here as like a final, oh god, what do we do kind of a moment. Oh, one thing that I wanted to look up is, I don't remember, wanted to make sure I remember the rules on this because I'm sure I'm going to be asked about it. Half your level one round up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Got it. All right. One other thing that I might want to do is if we do have that wand set up, I might try to set this up. Yeah. Oh, right on, Artful. That's awesome. It's so good. Like, I just added 3 rooms, and it took me like just some moments, right? Like, it's. I still had to go back and like change some things. It's a little bit like. I might add more of these. It's a little bit like ChatGPT. Like if you're using ChatGPT to write something, you can't just like copy and paste it. You're probably going to have to modify it a little bit, at least a little bit. But like, oh, right on, Artful. That's awesome. No, it's really very, very helpful. And again, for me, I really like, and actually you can also like export it to a print export where like, there. Now this can be printed on a 8x10 sheet of paper. It's also really pretty, really easily. I do wish that they had other tile sets, right? Like it'd be amazing if they had other tile sets. This is where I could, have it be. If I could use it for BattleTech, or if I could use it for Cyberpunk or whatever. That would then be even more neat. It's also still in alpha. Yeah, I don't know what their plans are. I wonder if they have what's their Steam page like? I wonder if they have a we intend to have all content added to the app before the end of 2022. It's also called Dungeon Alchemist. So like, unless they have a different one. We have a very active Discord server where we interact with the community on a daily basis. Where? How do I get Adu? Hold on. Briganti. Twitter. Go to the discussions page on Steam. Discussions. Come join us Discord. Hey, thanks. Click. That just sent me to not this. Click. There we go. Continue to external site. Click again. Read the rules first. Check the FAQ before asking questions. They've got a wiki. Features. And user guide. Getting started. Do you have an FAQ? I wish to frequent your frequently asked questions section. FAQ. Can I import the tokens offered by DA in HF? Can I import the tokens offered in DA by HF? In DA. Oh, Hero Forge. Oh, they want to. That's weird. No, it only goes from Hero Forge to Dungeon Alchemist. So you can bring in the Hero Forge tokens? Eh? What button was I just hitting that rotated it? Oh. Today I learned. Huh. I don't know how you would import that. All right, whatever. gracious. Oh, this game was kickstarted. I didn't realize that. Or I get not a game, but you know what I mean. Importing your own 3D models. Interesting. Oh, YouTube/streaming policy. Let's read this. The beta contains a watermark. Oh, this is from when it was still in beta. Have a good night, YB. YB's already gone. By the time he says, "K, love you, bye," he's already gone. Will there be other map genres than fantasy? For the release, only fantasy genre is planned. Afterwards, it is possible that other genres will be added as DLC. Okay. There's the answer. I don't like that answer, but there's the answer. All right. Let's go back here, add some stuff. So, I've got the 2 vigils, and now I want to have I've got some like low-level guards that they're facing in the dungeon itself. These are the guys are things that they should be able to just walk through. And then I've got the vigils, and the vigils are CR3s. I need something like a generic. Hold on. Does this work? Humanoid. Nope. Oh, appendix, monster list, humanoids. Sure. That's a big list that I don't want to read through. Swashbuckler? I don't want monstrosities. Blackguard. Oh, black, right. Archers, champions. Yep, that's helpful. Jody, what's a generic? I came in just asking Jody things, or anybody else that if they know. Generic CR like 1 human that I can just get a stat block for, so I don't have to like think much. I haven't assigned a stat block to the Praetorian Guard. I have one for the Vigils, like CR1 ish. These guys are like CR 1/8 or some shit. These guys are CR3, and I'd like a happy medium. And I'm trying to think of what would be a CR1 generic humanoid that I could assign a stat block to. Do I have images for? I am a generic human. I do have a generic Praetor image that I can make a token out of. Spies in the basic rules? It doesn't need to be in the basic rules for what it's worth. Cunning action. Bandit? Bandits are like 1/4, aren't they? Also, hi, Regfire. How are you? Bandit Captain. Bandit Captain. And this would be a little too strong. Ugh. I'm 1,000% like not like it's going to be reskinned, so I'm not worried about that. Just give me a stat block that I don't have to actually like the the vigils. The vigils are just reskinned knights. It just when I click on it, it just goes to night. Shh. I'm cheating. Obviously they wouldn't have the standing leap, but Goblin Hunter. Challenge 1. This is the D&D Wiki homebrew page. Lizard Folk Scale Shield. I would have it at. Lizard Folk Scale Shield. Multi-attack. Makes 2 melee attacks, each with a different weapon. Is that CR1? If now, oh, take that, Charius. I'm going to try using this thing, which I have not really used much. Scale shield. Hey, look, it's in there. Yeah, CR1. Hold on. I want to reverse this. Have you used this tool at all? Five characters of average 4. Use it constantly? Oh, okay. Well. So 5 scale shields would be a hard. 6 would be also hard. 7 would be deadly, according to this. Yeah, no, I know it's mostly useless, but like I'm also using that as a benchmark for. But I have every book on D&D Beyond. The problem is that I use D&D Beyond for some things, and then I use Roll20 for some things. I've got most of the relevant books in D&D in Roll20. But yeah, let's do the Lizard Folk Scale Shield, because then they have shield block. And that would be neat. So what I'll do, let's go to Castrobits. And then we can, hold on. Do I have my dudes here? I do. We can delete this other one. Get out of here. And I can also delete my hallway, because I'm not using the hallway anymore. Oh, whoops. Boop. So now we have other stuff besides the hallway. Looked out hard, and my Midnight Snake Game DM shared all the books with their campaign. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Pirate First Mate is another CR1 humanoid. I don't need, not Bugbear. Pirate First Mate I might get into. First Mate. Pirate First Mate. Multi-attack makes 2 attacks with its longsword at +4. On hit, does 1d8 + 2. If the target is a creature, the first mate can shield to do no damage, and instead disarm the target. Ooh. Armor class 16. I do have all of the relevant books here, so I've got the other monster one. What's the other monster one? Not just the monster manual, the other one. The Mordenkainen's Tomb of Foes? I think that's the one that I have in here. Or no, Monsters of the Multiverse. I think I have both of those in here. Dragonfly from Tyranny of Dragons. I don't have Tyranny of Dragons. All right, so I like being able to disarm. I'm gonna go with pirate. Oh shit! I wanted to look at the armor class. That's why I first brought those up. They're both 16 armor class. Cool. And these have slightly fewer hit points. And don't have a swim speed. All right. All right. We're going to go with Pirate First Meet. Oh. I didn't know I could do that right there. It just gives me the stat block like that. Neat. All right. We're going to do that. I am going to... we're going to do this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. We're going to do this. And I wonder if I have access to the privilege. Praetorian Prefect, Praetorian Guard. I don't have that saved. Why would I? Praetorian Guard. Right. Awesome. Where'd my... Nope, there it is. Order style this one. I might just stick with the generic yellowish orangish one and make myself a token. Look at this little grumpy guy. Look at him. Isn't he grumpy? I think he looks adorable. Call that good? Probably. Sure. Download token. Praetor? Is that the word? Yeah, just a Praetor. They represent... What did we just say? Pirate first mate. All right. Wait, do I have to do that and then do this? Yeah. Represents pirate first mate. Praetor. We'll give him a nameplate. HP. Damn it. Praetor. Save settings. There. Oops, their armor class is not 10. 16? 16. Why did I get messed up? Whatever. 16. Oh my god, this reset. Praetor. 16, 26 hit points. All looks good. Save. Praetor. Save. One more time. Praetor. Okay, great. I don't want these randomly being renamed as we're playing something that says Pirate First Mate. That's not what I want. And then we'll go to here. Five of those would be a hard difficulty encounter. You know what that means? That means that we add 6. Just kidding. Something like that. Oh, 4,926 private ones now. That's fascinating, Spoo. Jeez. I don't know enough about it. Why is that happening? Can you describe it briefly? All right. Some encounters to try to escape. I know it's a protest. Reddit changed their API, so now it's prohibitively expensive. Got it. And that's all I need to know. Yeah, I know it's a protest, but I've only like heard murmurings. I didn't really know what it was about 100%. Okay. So all that is good. So that it kills third-party apps. Got it. Holy shit, Jody. Jesus. Ah. All right, Praetorian Guards, good. Oh, maybe I add some Praetors down here. I'm gonna make one of these guys a Praetor. They charge per access, so a few of them have access to the API multiple times per request, and it turns them into millions of dollars a year for them. Got it. I haven't seen a good explanation of why they're doing it, except for the purpose of killing third-party apps. Got it. That makes sense. Hey, thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight, by the way. If this is your first time hanging out with us. You could drop a follow or something, and then we could hang out again. Know what I mean? Wouldn't that be fun? Up to 5,000. Out of how many total subreddits? How many total subreddits are there that exist? It's a hell of a protest. We'll talk about solidarity. Why not? You're not new here. Stop it. 6,934. So there's 1,934 that have not yet done it. Pickles, you're also not new here. I'm taking these points. These are jerks. Yay. Okay. I'm going to instead make this guy a praetor. Doesn't it feel like there'd be way more? I'm very new here. Barely 3 years old, Pickles. Not even 3 years old, actually. You first followed October 31st. Avatar Song, thank you for thanking the mods. Okay. What's on my to-do list? Oh, I was going to make the Valheim character sheet, but I also kind of want him to be not like a... He can just be a diplomat. He doesn't need to be something special. There's a Twitch stream that has the count. No shit. I'm going to go here and read something right quick that I wrote because it is this big spoiler. And I just want to make sure. So you're just going to be looking at my face for a second, and I apologize for that. It's not the best. Yep. Yep. Okay. And then if that doesn't happen, then it's this. All right, so Apollo, one of the third-party apps, got. We can go back to here now. One of the third-party got screen time during the Worldwide Developer Conference keynote that happened like a week after Reddit announced the changes. Got screen time during the interesting. Hey, Kato, how the shit are you? Welcome on in. Dang. Ugh. All right. So. Happy Sunday. Sunday-ish. It's Sunday for me still. What a good animated emote. Damn it. Why does everybody have better emotes than me? Probably because they spent money on them, and I just struggle to do so. That one's good too. Damn it. All right. Anyway. Thank you guys for hanging out. Like I said, as I'm working on the D&D things. Okay, so let me just go through and think here. Oh, you know what I should prepare is the image of the Praetorian Castra. I don't have an outside one set up in Roll20. Let's do that right quick. Clickety, 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 clickety. Save image as. Put that under Paxton. Praetorian Castra. Outer image. This stuff is neat to watch. I'm glad that it is not boring as all get out. That is the worry that I continually and consistently have as I'm working on any of this stuff ever. That's the wrong thing. Background. But yeah, I mean, that's also sort of why we have everything else set up the way that we have it. Is that like, then why does that look dark? Looks darkened. Why is it darkened? Hey, Bramble. Good morning. And then even more fun to see how it then plays out during games. Good. The stream also shows which subreddits have gone private and their follower count. Our philosophy has gone private. 10 million plus. Damn. So I literally had to delete half of it. Hey, that's how editing works. Where it's the common idiom. Is it kill your babies? Kill your children? Kill your lovers. What is it? Kill your darlings. That's what it is. Ah, that makes sense, Jody. Yeah. It's good to see all of DK's planning to watch all the players fuck it up. All right, well, you're not wrong. This is messed up. Praetorian Castra exterior. Looks dark and I don't want it to look dark. Does it look dark because there's no token there? Nope, that's not why. Am I doing it wrong? Nope, it looks dark this way too. Uh Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. That's what it's looking like, and I don't know why that's doing that. I mean, I imagine that they're trying to, like, gain... Like, if this is the starting, then maybe it will eventually continue and you'll have more and more subreddits actually go down. I feel dumb. Why isn't this working? Hey, May. How are you? Ah! GM darkness opacity. Son of a bitch. Yeah, so... Grid off. Word color. 10, 10. Save. Hey, all right, got there. Yeesh. Oops, not what I wanted. There, perfect. That's all I wanted. Ketamine days are long. Why are they long? What do you mean? All right, Praetorian Castra exterior done. Neat. And then we got the outside in case they go to the other thing. And that might have the same stuff happening. It sure does. Awesome. Well, actually, I can... Actually, maybe I do want that because to make it look like it's darker out. Saving back when they were part of the officially licensed live play RPG show. Gosh, my back. Then it got canceled after only one season. Some of the fans started an online petition, something like 1,000 signatures. The head of the channel said, "Don't show that to Saban. If they think we only have 1,000 fans, they'll never work with us again." That's funny. Goodness. Yeah. And Spoo has a fair point there. Our philosophy going down has some weight to it. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. So talk to what kind of Pathfinder? Ugh. What kind of Pathfinder character are you making? I'm kidding. Pathfinder's fine. I just don't like it. There. Feels long because everything feels like it moves slower. And for me, my brain says, think and do all the things. And the amount of story ideas, concept art, and philosophy questions during the session, not including after I leave the clinic, is so much. How do I have ketamine? That sounds great. I don't need to sleep. I want yet more ideas. Okay. So, very, very good. Very good, very good, very good. We got this going. We got that going. All right. So, stuff for me to still do. Go ask if treatment was viable for you from a therapist and or a doctor. I have a specialist, so the needed for the okay from them too. As for Pathfinder, one of the campaign is doing the Strength of Thousands. Okay. The other one is doing 2nd edition. That's Dave and Claw for more. Oh, you guys are doing that campaign? Oh, right on. I don't know if I condone Pathfinder, but I do like that you guys are playing something. Okay. I need to consult my decision tree again. Hold on. Okay. Neat. I didn't know it was different from D&D. That's the thing. It's not. It's just D&D 3.5 with like a bunch of homebrew rules. I crashed for 9.5 hours last night. That's what I did. I was outside in the sun so long. Yeah. That's awesome, Jody. I'm glad you got some sleep. Okay. Oh, what else do I have to prepare for tomorrow? I have to write that one description. I don't need to make Valhim the character sheet. That's fine. I have the disconnected buildings in case I need or want the session to go longer or differently. Did I set up? Or did I just think about this? I did. Okay. How? Can I make my own? Sorry, how do I make my own stat block things for in here? Because that would be helpful. As opposed to just having the Vigils and the Praetors be reskinned dudes. I think character, there should be an NPC option. If I do it as an NPC? That's not what I want. Create an NPC. But I don't need all of the skills and everything. It's just for it to be an NPC, which is not quite what I want. Delete you. Go away. Edit. Sea legs, go away. Testing. Those aren't custom to you? I thought they were. That's interesting. I had no idea. Remove. Click to upload. Actually, let's do the full art of them. I'm going to double click on another one, then it goes to the Praetor. Neat! Well, that is one heckin' way to do it. Yeah, we can give the multi-attack and have that all be good. Well, in that regard, then, that way it's not just reskinned. How did I get to the edit? Edit. Aha! Aha! You selected token. Very good. Remove a U. Let's just do it from this one. Name. Vigil. Save changes. Advantage on saving throws against being frightened. Cool with that. And then we'll give them parry as well. Vigil. And nope, 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 nope. Okay. Vigil. Vigil adds 2 to its AC against one melee attack that would hit it. To do so, the Vigil must see the attacker and be wielding a melee weapon. Vigil. And then so it's still reskinned, but I have the option to change it to tomorrow if I decide to. Neat. All right. Cool. These are just kind of perfect as is. I already have adorable crows and things. A splash of bones and tentacles. Don't forget your splash of bones and tentacles. Hey, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. If this is your first time hanging out with us, and you don't know, perhaps you'd be interested in the Fireball Dice Bottle. The Fireball Dice Bottle, available on my Etsy, is a fireball-shaped bottle that has 8 6-sided dice in it. And thank you, May. Both those work. Including, and they're custom dice, and you can't see them because the focus isn't working, but they're backwards, so bear that in mind. Something to take a look at. PSCM, hey, welcome on in. Fireball dice bomb. 86 sided dice. 8d6. Not 86 sided. Stop it. Can happily say that I love my dice bottle. It's honestly, it's one of the cooler ideas that I have. I just need to actively. Is roaming around Twitch? PCM, I feel like I've seen you around before. Mayhaps you have. I wonder if you know people that I know, or maybe even know my brother. That would make sense. I am rather mysterious. Whoa. Just roaming around Twitch while I homebrew a boss for my first one shot. For your first one shot, that's awesome. Good for you. Like, first one shot as in, like, this is the first time that I've run a one shot, or like first one shot as in this is your first time. Oh, first time DMing. Right on. That's great. Good luck. That's awesome. I have a question. Okay, good. It's a very nice tactile feel. I just fiddle with it during my classes. Right on. Plus, it has a really good shaky noise. You know? Anyway, the Fireball dice bottle. Get yours today. Please. I have like 100 of them. I made too much. It's not going well because I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, well, PCM, if you have any questions, I would love to answer them. You know, are you doing it online or are you doing it in person? That would be a first question. One requires a little bit more prep. And if you're doing it in person, are you doing theater of the mind or online? Okay. Yeah, online, and I find that having a board makes a big old difference. Ooh, I have a question. Do you... are you cool with spending money? There's also no. Listen. I took 1 million photos of it.
It seems we have a new
Hey,
follower.
Rocky, thank you very much for the follow. I took 1 million photos of this damn thing, and no photo does it justice at all. Not even close. How am I? I'm doing all right, man. I'm having a good night. I'm feeling more and more like I'm ready. Like I'm ready for tomorrow's session. There's just some small things that I got to do yet. You're a bit new to D&D. Well, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. I've been playing for longer than I care to admit. I think I was 9 when I first... No, maybe 10. When I first played. Which means I've been playing for Schmermany for years. It has this extra pattern in the filament, which... Yeah. So that's actually... I experimented with that a ton. It's not going to show in the camera at all. But yeah. Does anyone in my campaign use the fireball spell? Not yet, Pa. They're not high enough level. As soon as we're high enough level, I pretty much guarantee that our resident wizard will be having a fireball. Just working on your second D&D character. Right on. What are you getting? What are you making? Also, PCM, if you have any questions as well about DMing or anything. Or if you're doing it online, I don't know if you're doing Roll20. It's level 5 or higher, yeah. Esmond Travia, right on. I think they're going to be a party of 4 level 7s. Interesting. That's a very specific level. Roll20 probably, right on. Okay, well here. I'm going to show you a tool. Chad already knows what I'm talking about. Did I save this? I'm going to save it again. This is called Dungeon Alchemist. And let's you say you're trying to make a thing and you're like, I know what I need. I need I don't know. The barracks in a castle. So we'll make some barracks. And then against the barracks, well, there's going to be a kitchen to feed all of them. You know what? That makes sense. So like we can go like that and then spoop. There you go. There's the kitchen done and made. And then maybe over here there's a hallway. Rocky, thank you very much. We'll see you again. And that hallway leads to a brewery. Well, no. How about an armory? That would make sense. Yep. And what's wild about it, and this is a very simple map, but what's wild about it is that I can export this. And bring it into Roll20 this quick. Let me show you. I don't know why that's still there. Hold on. There. Anyway, this quick. I got distracted. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. And then we go untitled map. And we open up this, copy this. Once that is in there, so it's not quite aligned yet. And I go shpoop. And now it's aligned. And then I've made, and everything is in my map. And if you have dynamic lighting, all of the dynamic lighting is built in. And it takes seconds. And it's like cheating. Shmoop. Yep. Don't judge my noises. But let me tell you, Dungeon Alchemist. Not sponsored, would be sponsored. All right. Do I have to pay for that? I didn't pay for it, but it is a for sale application on Steam. It is $45 US, which is a little expensive, but honestly, with the time that it fucking saves me, and it's for me, for me, it's not that it saves me time necessarily, but it makes it so that I can then spend more time, or like use the same amount of time to make more elaborate maps. But it is, it's just a cool tool, and I love it. It's about all right, so it's $45, and then that's it. But Baby Steps got to stat this thing. All right, you got a monster. Talk to me about the monster. What, to 4 level 7s? What challenge rating are you looking at? Here, we can use the encounter builder thingy. That I haven't used enough, but we can try it. So, 4 level 7s, they say. 4 level 7s. Maybe clarify I didn't bootleg it? What did I say? Like I didn't pay for it? I had it purchased for me by a very generous member of the stream. Level's still pretty uncertain, as is the challenge rating. I am not smart. Okay, well, in order to make the creature, you do have to figure out what levels they're going to be for what it's worth. But 7 is probably the highest I'll go. 7's a very particular number. What brought you to 7? Just like, I don't know, I like that number, or? Can bring a Cambion in. That'd be fun. Yeah, Cyclops. A death slot. Can bring a death slot. My first session when I joined an established game was the animated chair that was kind of... Wait, what? Oh, like there was an animated object? It was a chair? My DM friends told me to run a one-shot, and they said they recommend to stick within levels 3 to 7, so I went with 7. Could I convince you to 5? That was the mini baddie? That's funny. If I was doing my first time DMing, I would not do 7. 5, even 5 might be high. I say they're part of a shadow organization trying to initiate me into DMing, but they deny my claims. That's funny. Okay. Oh, hey, I'm going to do a recap of the previous session. For anybody who has heard the previous one, let me know if I missed anything or if there's anything I should add. In our previous session, our party was stealthily, more or less, brought by Koku to the presence of Septemvir Velhim Cordigwin, who had some news for you. Septemvir Exalia Forthy has been slain. The murderers were located in a group of Myrmidons, which are a kind of Paxton special forces, were sent in to obtain the assassins, and they have gone missing. Velhim asked you all to go with Koku to investigate the missing Myrmidons, offering knowledge of a pair of virile weapons in exchange. You then found yourselves exploring the assassin's den, finding bodies all around, only to then be attacked by several red slod. After defeating the red slod, you were surprised by even more dangerous blue slod then attacking you. In the attack, Koku escaped and ran off, while Darb grappled with a massive blue monster to allow all of his compatriots to escape the crumbling building. Koku ran off while... Change that to a comment. While Darb grappled with the massive blue monster, to allow all of his compatriots to escape the crumbling building, while Darb narrowly then escaped himself. The victory, however, seems bittersweet, as both Darb and Talon have been infected and injured with some sort of ailment from the blue slod. Charius did his best to try to give Darb and Talon some more hit points, but to no avail at all. The party returned to where they met Velhim Cordigwin, only to be instead greeted by a dark-skinned Vandalite man, Ordon Urdun, another of the Septemvirate. He informed the party that they are under arrest because they have been working with Velhim Cordigwin, and that brings us to now. I posted the beginnings of my first character for D&D. I'm going to look at it. I posted it in the Discord and... amazing. It's simple, but lily pads are simple. So the lily pads are simple, for sure. That's getting off topic. I should talk about the creature in question. Are you making up a creature, or are you trying to sort of modify an existing creature? I think I'm modifying an existing creature. Let's make sure that I did this right. Neat. It all worked. It worked exactly how I wanted it to. Neat. Basing it off something else, but that I thought would be pretty cool. What are you basing it off of? I'm very curious. Just in case I decide to. Let's bring him into the sessions thing. There we go. That would be a lot. Basically, it's a super soldier. Argumated? Okay. Good job, mouth. augmented with a metallic arm that allows them to use serums for certain abilities. Argumated. No, don't worry about it. He is a super soldier. He argumated. Yeah. Interesting. That sounds kind of cool. To have him with different serums that all do different abilities. All right. So, is there anything else that we need to do? What I should do. So I have. Here, I thought Hero Forge would be the hardest thing to make for this. Nope. I don't know if I'm going to throw the green slot at them, but if I do, I would like the image. And not a web P. No. Can I use a web P in here? Or will that yell at me? No, it does work. Okay, great. Oh, is that this in here so I can like. Oh. Neat. Okay, I didn't realize it would have that quite like that way. Okay. Clear the chat so they didn't see that I rolled dice for a green slot. All right. I might be ready. I might be ready for tomorrow. And I think that I will then end there for this evening. Yep. We're gonna do that. Hey, yo, thank you very much for hanging out. If this is your first time hanging out with us, make sure to drop a follow, and then we get to hang out again. Wouldn't that be fun? Tomorrow will be the day that we play the D&D game that I was just planning. That's going to be happening at 7 p.m. Central Time. It's that time. It's about that time. Realistically, I should have gone to bed 2 hours ago, but you know, whatever. Thank you guys for hanging out. Truly. Is there anybody who I want to bring you to who is not named John? Nope, we'll bring him to John. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to bring you to one of our players in the campaign. Mr. More Cowbell. Tomorrow isn't the night? Yes. But it'll be late for you. It'll be like 1 a.m. All right, y'all. Thank you for making this a little bit easier for me. And I'm excited to get it going. Totally excited to get it going. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Oh, but we're going to do like 2 hours of just chatting before the game starts tomorrow. So, the usual. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Thank you. And we'll see you next time. And for everybody who's new, thank you for hanging out with us. Appreciate you stopping in. I should do more D&D stuff on stream. I decided just now. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Bye.
Into the black.